the rising star. Most of us own real estate. We own a little bit of land. If you don't, that's fine. We've learned to get health insurance. Health insurance, guys, is the number one killer of wealth. You breaking your arm and not having health insurance, you're done. You might as well forget trying to make any money. You got a 50,000 or a 70 some $1,000 bill for breaking your collarbone. And I'm just throwing numbers out there. Thank you for the rising stars, James, Miss Queen Latifah. I appreciate that. Y'all got to get these simple things in place. The health insurance. I didn't want to get life insurance. I didn't say I didn't want to get life insurance. I didn't want to meet with any insurance agents for no life insurance. Because that meant that I might not be on earth one day. Why do I want to talk about not being on earth one day and securing myself before it happens? That's negative. I don't want to speak that into existence. I just want to be raised up into heaven, just like Moses. To this day, I still feel that way. No, I'm not going to leave this earth. They just going to raise me on up to heaven. They gonna be like, dang, Joel, you won't kick the bucket. We just gonna have to, your time on earth is done. We just gonna take you somewhere else. And I'm like, great. Never needed life insurance, but we need it. All right. My wife dragged me into the meeting and we got it. Great. That's millions of dollars to your family just off the rip. Put it in place. If you can't afford real estate, I get it. That's why you're going to start investing in the market. You got to have health insurance, people. Y'all, a lot of my friends, grown friends, are running around here with no health insurance. Guys, if that is actually the most irresponsible thing I think you can do in life, if they're loved ones that's depending on you, it's actually upsetting to me. Like, it's a real selfish thing that you're doing. Like, straight up. You have to really go have a conversation with yourself. If you have loved ones that depend on you and you refuse to get health insurance, there's something that like look, I don't want to say you're not a good person, but there's something going on. The love that you think that you have for everyone is not there. And I'm being honest, straight up. Especially if you can afford it. It's the number one killer of wealth. And you thinking that, hey, I'm not going to get in an accident, or I'm not like that. That's a teenage mindset. Gotta have health insurance. You don't have to necessarily have life insurance. You got to have health insurance. Figure it out. Too many people depending on you. All right, we're going to get to your stocks, but psychologically, we got to get through this. We talked about this on day one. We're going to talk about it today. Get it on out the way. Because this is one of the biggest obstacles. The biggest obstacle is positioning yourself to win. Positioning yourself to win, getting out of your own way. Because once you have these things in place, everything starts to fall in line. It's the millionaire mindset. I have not met anyone ever who has done as many consultations that I have regarding your financial positions. Now, I have a lot of financial planner friends or wealth advisors, but even those particular advisors, they have to talk to you in a certain way. Me as a consultant, by not having a Series 6 or Series 7 and able to talk about any and everything that's out there, I have talked to more people than anybody that I've known. I don't know if there's anyone that's actually had as many consultations that I have. I know what you guys have and what you're working towards. I have all the knowledge and I have all the knowledge. I've seen everything. I know what you guys are going through. I see what the millionaires have. I see the people that are struggling, why they're struggling. And it's simple, basic stuff like health insurance or not having a, retirement account set up. You don't necessarily have to have a 401k, but you should have some type of IRA set up. You guys are spending too much money on stock classes and not enough investments into your own kids. Y'all out here spending 20, 30, $40,000 on classes and little Johnny ain't got $1 in his investment account. That's selfish, guys. I know you guys want to learn it first so that you can then do it. It's selfish. It really is. I'm going to get mine first and then become a millionaire, and then I can give little Johnny something. Little Johnny ain't even getting a chance. You guys are doing things backwards. You're investing in the market to become wealthy. You don't become wealthy first and then get into the market. You guys have it backwards. I know I'm preachy today. You got to get into that millionaire mindset. You got to get into that millionaire mindset. The millionaire mindset starts with looking yourself in the mirror and getting out of your own way so that it can happen for you. And it's little basic things that you got to have in place. Like if you've been here for 60 days and you ain't even looked at this yet, then that's on you. You playing. You ain't trying to make any money in the market. You playing. This right here has been on the page for 60 days. And you mean to tell me you ain't looked at it one time? You playing. You playing. If you can open up a TikTok page and find me and find the present section down there and throw me support, you mean to tell me you can't pull up this on your page and just look and see what it's about? Maybe let me type a stock here and see what happens. Let me see what happens when it pulls up. You're playing. You are. And it's free. And it's free. Y'all are playing. You don't necessarily have to go here. I get it. You might not have a GPT. You might not want to pay the $20 a month to go on there, right? You can still use other search engines. But that's free? Come on now, y'all playing. I can't take you out. I can try. I can take you to the water, but you're going to have to do something on your own. I hear a lot of excuses all the time. And I just sit back. I told y'all, I have talked and seen more portfolios than anybody I've ever met. I don't think you guys are going to meet anybody who has talked to as many people. And remember, COVID happened where everybody was sitting at home. Y'all know I was doing probably 10 to 15 consultations a day for like 2 or 3 years straight. All through COVID, 2021, all through 2022, got burnt out helping you guys. Thank you for the rising star. To the point where I was like, I need to go golf for like 2 years. Y'all burning me out. But I knew y'all needed that education. That was my gift to you. Thank you for the rising star. I'm like, if somebody's willing to sit down and let's talk about their financial situation for 30 minutes or 45 hours, I'll give that to them. It's just like taking me out to lunch. And it wasn't making me financially, I wasn't even making that much money off of it. But I was building those relationships. which is why I'm getting support now, and I appreciate that. It always comes back, but remember, I need you guys just as much as you need me. I need you just as much as you need me. I can't look at every stock. I can't look at everything that's out there. So, what I'm trying to build on this particular platform, if you're here, is engage in the comment section. A lot of you guys are super educated, even on subjects and stocks that I don't even know much information about. Yes, I'm very good at positioning and seeing the market and seeing the trends of the market and separating, intraday trading from swing trading from investing, and I can work a strategy in stocks, options, futures, and cryptocurrency. Yes, that's what I specialize in. Right? And it took years to get there. And before I start going into everything, Pops, some of my mentors always tell me to put this out there because there's some angry, mean people that are out there. Anything that I talk about today are the opinions of Joel Harrison. All right. They are the opinions of Joel Harrison. All right. I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to talk about how I see the market. This is a DIY room. Do it yourself. People, this is not a job interview. I am not doing this as a job interview. I'm not. Even though I know I would get the job because y'all be up in my messages trying to throw me your funds all the time. This is a do-it-yourself room. This is a journey that you're going to take on your own. And we're going to all help each other with this journey. But we're going to all help each other. I can't help every single person in the comment section. So this is going to be an engagement room. And the way TikTok is transforming month to month, week to week, I'm transforming on this particular platform too. There's new things that are coming in at all time. I've been on the platform for 65 days. I haven't been on here for a year. I'm learning this platform just like you are. Shoot, the first week or two, I couldn't even show charts. I didn't know how I was going to educate not being able to show my charts. But you guys were still coming in for support. And then I found out, I have to go live a couple of times before I can unlock that feature. And then once I unlock that feature, the sky was the limit. I can do my thing on this particular platform. All right, so we got enough people here so I can get into teaching and educating. But a lot of this is going to be about getting your mind right. Thank you for the rising star. Now, remember, this is an engagement room as well, so you should be engaging with each other in the comment section. But there is a way to engage so that you don't get in trouble with TikTok. We're all investors and traders that are in this room. We all are getting this millionaire mindset. My energy that I put out there usually brings in good energy, right? So you can kind of trust the individuals that are engaging in the comment section. Every now and then we'll get some haters in the comment section, and that's fine. I know how to deal with them. I've been dealing with them my whole life. But for the most part, it's an engagement room. So don't be afraid to come in here and ask for something. Hey, Joel, can you repeat that? Because sometimes when you say, hey, Joel, can you repeat what you were just talking about? Somebody in the comment section may be able to help you. Now, I did create stickers. The stickers that I created, and I'm learning just like you guys are learning, right? If you go down to where you make a comment and you go to the right, I think to like the second, I don't know, the first or second little thing to the right, you're going to see something that looks like a heart. When you go in there, there are going to be stickers in there. The stickers are going to be a way for you to learn. So if we're talking about something and the trend is up, the minute I put that stock on there, a lot of you guys should be putting what the trend is. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make people understand that if we all see things the same way, more than likely that's usually what happens in the market. It's just that a lot of us don't see it because we don't use charts. And we're talking, I'm trying to teach you guys how to separate your intraday traders from your swing traders from your investors. That's 3 ways of looking at the market. But if you're doing all 3, you would understand and see the market a lot more clear, like I do. The market is super clear to me because I can say, oh, we might be going through a downtrend right now, but that doesn't mean that it should affect my investing portfolio. I could be investing at the same time and betting on the same stock in another account, which that's one of the other philosophies at getting that millionaire mindset, which is separating your accounts. If you've ever talked to somebody who has several businesses, what they usually do is hey, thank you for the Galaxy, whoever sent that. Appreciate it. All right, Rob Skinner. I appreciate that. And make sure that you guys take care of those individuals. Thank you for the rising star. Make sure that you guys take care of the people that are supporting the room that way. Everyone's supporting the room with taps. I get that, and grabbing the heart me's. But make sure that when you come into that room, you guys always grab those top 10 that are on the list, because this is an engagement room as well. We're going to engage and we're going to learn the stock market. That's my thing. We're going to talk about stocks. We're going to talk about strategies, and you're going to learn when you come into this room. All right. I know I'm doing a lot of talking today because it's about talking today. It's the last day of the year. But we're also going to engage in that comment section, guys. And believe me, you're going to see stocks that you weren't thinking about, right? Because somebody's going to say, hey, can you look at this stock? Can you look at that stock? What you guys should be doing is, as you're listening to me, look in that comment section and see if there's a gem that somebody's talking about. You're going to learn how to take that stock, be able to go here, look it up, look at the market cap, see if it's trending in whatever direction. I'm going to teach you guys how to do it the advanced way with charts. And you're going to be able to analyze stocks in 1 minute, just like I do with my 5th graders when I'm teaching them the market. But again, having that millionaire mindset when you come into the market is going to help. All right. So let's talk about it, right? Even in this picture, what's crazy about this picture is I showed it to my wife earlier because of the way my brain works. I literally just asked ChatGPT. I was like, can you create a picture with a bull and a bear in it, sitting in a field, looking at a brain with millionaire mindset in the background? And then I said, and can you throw a couple of tortoises and a couple of rabbits in the picture too? My ChatGPT took all of that information, because of my brain be all over the place. It took all of that information and created a picture within seconds of exactly what I wanted. Right? It took all of this and then it made it simple. You know why it made it simple? Because I was thinking about all of you guys. When I created this picture, I wasn't just thinking about being a hare and day trading. I wasn't even thinking about being a bull. I know that bulls make money and bears make money. Hey, thank you. Who done came in here and started acting up? I appreciate that, Rob. Go ahead with your bad self with the DJ glasses. Thank you. What? I was thinking about all of you guys within seconds. Most of you guys come in with one mindset, options, one mindset, futures, one mindset, getting in and out the market in an hour, which is fine. I was thinking about all of you. Every single one of you probably looked at this picture, and if you looked at the picture, and you saw yourself somewhere. Ooh, look at that bull. I'm bullish. Ooh, look at that bear. I'm bearish on the market right now. Ooh, I'm so afraid of the market. I'm more like that tortoise. I own a 401k, and I'm real conservative. I like to buy dividend stocks. I don't know if I'm even ready to buy those Apples and Microsofts and Googles. or the hair. You're like, man, bump all of that investing. I'm just trying to get in and out the market right now. And then you got the elephant sitting in the middle. Why did I add the elephant? You know, the elephant is supposedly the smartest animal that's out there. It's, you know, arguably people will say the octopus or the elephant or the whale, but the elephant. The elephant doesn't have the brain like connecting with them. See, the bulls and the bears, they kind of control the market. Elephant's right there in the middle, smack dab in the middle of everything. And he's focused. I created this picture within seconds thinking about all of you guys because that's how I come into the market. I don't come into the market thinking like a day trader or an investor or a swing trader. When I see the market kind of tells me what to do. And then I just react on it. If I see the volatility index above 50, I immediately know I need to invest in the market. If I come into the market and all week long everybody's talking about silver and gold, maybe I want to day trade it. If I come into the market and all of these different companies are talking about AI, every single solitary person's talking about AI. I know AI ain't going to last forever, but I know I can probably make money in the next 6 to 12 months. That's my swing trading brain. I immediately know how to take that information and immediately put it into play. Just like I was able to tell my chat GPT all of this information and it knew exactly what to draw. Because when you are involved with everything, things become a lot easier. It probably would have been harder for me to create a picture just for my day traders. Because once I created that picture, the investors were going to feel like, hey, I'm not a part of that. Or my swing traders. I don't feel what you're talking about, Joel. So in this room, if you're able to understand all three, you'll never feel like you're out of place. You'll never feel like it. Hey, dang, y'all are going bananas right now. I appreciate it. So just make sure that you guys are coming into the market and that you're understanding it. If you have that millionaire mindset, just like my coach came at me and said, you're going to learn all the strokes, Joel. You're going to learn backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle. You're going to learn how to swim the 50, the 100, the 200, and the mile. Quit whining. Just do it. And by you doing all of that, what's crazy is by doing all of that, it's going to make you a better 50 freestyler. I'm like, man, how is swimming a mile going to make me better at 50 free? Because it's going to give you the foundation you need. It's going to give you the 8-pack you need. Yeah, I had an 8-pack back in the day. It's no longer an 8-pack. But we complain, but not understanding that you need that foundation. You can't be a 50 freestyler if you don't have a good core. Thank you for the corgi. Kimberly, that's one of my mentors on this particular platform. When I came on this platform, there were only 2 people that I used to go to help me with what's going on this particular platform. It was my aunt, my favorite 4 journeys. I don't know if she's in here. And Kimberly Monetize. They are both excellent at helping you guys understand this platform and giving you the support you need to be able to operate on this platform. You can't just come on this platform and then immediately have, 55 or 100 people watching you. There's a process. Now, I've only been on here for 60 days. All right. But I went into the room and when they were talking, I took in everything. I wrote down everything. I took in everything. Because I was like, look, they're in the B League. Like, they obviously know what they're talking about. They're doing something. Sometimes we come in as D-leaguers thinking we know everything. Nah, they put in the time to become B-leaguers. The least you can do is listen to what they have to say. Same thing in this millionaire mindset. All right, let's get through this. So, I hit a milestone today. If you didn't know, I hit 10,000 engagers. So I really, really do appreciate you guys coming in here and helping me out. I did it in 60 days. All right. So congratulations to me. Pat myself on the back. Right. But I couldn't do it without you guys. TikTok is one of those platforms, guys, where it's actually insulting for you to have, 20 or 30 people engaging with you, and then you only engage with like 20 or 30 people. Other platforms, thank you for that, especially if you're a live host. If you're a live host and you're expecting people to come to your room and support you, and you only FOLLOWING and 20 people, expecting there to be 200 in there because who you are, that's not how TikTok was created. TikTok was created for engagement. People won't even grab you if they see that you got less than 1,000 people that you're like going into their rooms and engaging. I'm not going to support you. That's how people think on this platform. Engage, guys. Engage. Support. It's going to come back. Lean in on what makes you you. All right. Other platforms, you can give off that energy. I only follow one person and 37,000 people follow me. And I only follow one. That doesn't work here. All right. It doesn't work here. Hey, thank you. Who's sending me that? Rob Skinner. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. All right. So just make sure, guys, that you're engaging. That's what you want to do on this particular platform. So congratulations to me. Now, why do I also have this up? Because a lot of you guys don't know that if you go to this and if you go to the bottom, right, and you go to the thing that starts with a P, if we're not going fast enough for you, or if there's not enough information that you're getting in these 1 hour or 2 hour lives, you can always fast track it and do it on your own. Now, I'm not going to beat you over the head like any and everyone that's out there. All right. Most live creators that are on this platform, they're going to do this. They're going to ask for support. And most of us are going to have digital P's also. Okay. All right. Because we want to monetize this particular platform. You right. But I'm not going to beat you guys over the head. That's why the super fans is only the cost that it is. A lot of subscription services outside of this is going to be higher. But that's not what TikTok is about. TikTok is like, look, I'm going to help you build volume. Because if you build volume, you don't have to beat everybody over the head. If you got 10,000 people in your room and they throw $1, you can make 10 grand, right? So it doesn't have to be, I got to charge you $25K for a class. And if I get 4 of you guys, I make my $100K for the year. It's not about that on this platform. It's about volume and how far can you reach and how many people that you can help. But at the same time, we're trying to monetize this platform. All right. So a lot of you guys are going to have issues with how your charts look. That's just going to be a problem. Once you pull up the Charles Schwab account and you're going to get access to those free accounts, I created this for you. It's a 2.5 hour video that's going to help you set your charts up so that they look like mine. All right. I can't do it for each and every one of you guys. I can't. It's too many people. I won't have enough time. So I created this so that you can go there, and I made it where it's not going to beat you over the head. So make sure that you guys take advantage of that. You go to my I got to think of a word for it because every time I say the PAGE word, I get flagged. But you go to I can't even say pro FILE. But if you go there, you click there, you're going to be able to find this or anything that you need, whether it's stocks, options, futures, or crypto. All right. Take advantage of it, especially over this period. All right. A lot of you guys are going to struggle with the technical side of the market. I created something for you so that you don't have to worry about that. And I'm not beating you over the head with it. All right. Find this, watch it. While you're setting up your charts, it's going to fast track you guys. It'll take like a day or two, and you're going to be the most advanced trader, investor in your family. Take advantage of it. All right. Now, let's talk about numbers. Oh, wait, let me change my goal real quick. Thank you guys for helping me reach my goal. Since it's about to be 2026, I'm going to do the 2026 hold on, let me set up a new goal. We're going to go with the 2026. Let me grab. I'm doing this on my desktop, so it's a little bit harder than doing it on my phone. Oop, that's too many. And let's talk about numbers. In the comment section. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, that'll work. In the comment section, guys. If you're struggling with this number here, we're all going to struggle with numbers. So every day when I wake up before I trade the market, I do a count off in my head. I do it every single day. I go 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16,000, 32, 64,000, 128, 256, 512, 1 million. 1,000, all I'm doing is doubling. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16,000, 32,000, 64,000, 128,000, 256, 512, 1 million. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16,000, 32,000, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1 million. Why do I do that every day? Because it's the fastest way to counting to a million that's realistic. Some of you guys are counting to a million like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, which is fine. You'll get there eventually. Some of you guys are counting like this: 50,000, 100, 150,000, 200, 250,000, 300, 350,000, 400, 450,000, 500, right? Because it's kind of like what you make a year, right? So a lot of us, when we think of $1 million, we think of it in salary, right? I make $50,000 a year. In 20 years, I'll get to $1 million. That's also kind of long, right? So I count 1,000, 2,000, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1 million. How many of you in the comment section is struggling with using this amount to buy a stock? Be honest. Who is having issues with this obstacle, this amount? 100. Because you got to be real with yourself. Because in all honesty, this is probably, if you can get over this, you can start your journey. I like telling people $1 and $10, but y'all ain't gonna waste your time and go on your Cash APP or PayPal and buy $1 worth of crypto. You're just not gonna do it. It's a waste of time. But most of you guys are like, all right, when I get my next check and I get 50 or $100, I might buy my first stock. So who's struggling with this number? Be honest. Maybe nobody. But this is the first number that a lot of you guys should start with. If you decide you want to trade the options market, this is where you start. If you decide that you want to buy a stock, I always tell people to start with this number, because more than likely it's not going to break you, even if you lose all of it. It's a great learning experience. This is the education that you need to jump into the market. You want to start with 100, not 10, 100, because it's just enough for you to be like, because if it wasn't enough, then everybody would ask for $100. Like if I see you and I'm like, yo, you got $100 in your wallet? Can I have that? You're going to be like, that's $100. Even if you're a millionaire, you're going to be like, that's $100. No. What you need it for? If it's $10, you might give it to me if you know me. 100 is going to give you the commitment to get into the game. But even if you don't lose it all, if you lose it all, you're not going to feel too bad. And to be honest, let's say you buy something with that $100 for your first time, and you buy something like Palantir or gold or silver or even crypto, and that $100 goes to 50. You still don't feel like you lost. Dang, my $100 went to 50. I guess I'll just hold this till it's 100 again. But you're not crying. You're going to be able to sleep at night. This is where you need to start. See? Rob said, I am. I am. It's too low. It is. But we all got to go at our own pace. So $100 is what I find most people that I come in contact with. This is what they struggle with when they're a first time stock buyer. I'm just going through my consultations. I'm going to give you guys the 7 most popular numbers people have issues with. And interestingly enough, buying that first stock is a real big deal. So in order for you guys to get to these millions, you got to get over this number quickly. You got to suck it up and say, maybe I go buy a share of Apple and let me see what it does. And this is how it always works out when you buy your first stock. You buy your first stock and you look at it. And then all of a sudden it goes up like a couple of cents. And you're like, oh my God, my $100 is worth $100.20, and now it's worth $100.30, and you're feeling all good. And then you're like, oh, hold up, now it's worth $99.80. Oh no, now it's worth $99.75. Let me look at. Okay, now it's worth 100 again. Oh, let me go to lunch real quick. Then you go to lunch. You come back. Oh no, it's like $97. Oh no, it's like $97.50. It's down $3.50. Well, I bought my first stock. Let me go to sleep and see what happens. Then you wake up the next day. It might be 105. And then you get that dopamine, you get a dose of that. Is it dopamine? You get that dopamine injection. You're like, oh my God, I'm actually profiting on my first investment. This is how it always works. It's always up, then it goes down, then you're in the negative. I'm telling you guys what you're going through the very first time you buy something. It's rare that you're going to buy something, guys, and it's just going to go up $5 or $6 right after you buy it. More than likely, your $100 is going to be worth 98 or 99 by the end of the day, because that's just how the market works. Okay? So expect that to happen. I always tell people, if you're gonna make your first purchase of $100, don't buy 100 at one time. Buy 50, expecting it to go down. Like, I know what you're about to do. You're gonna go down to $49 or $47. And then I'm going to grab $50 more. And now I'm going to own more than I thought I was going to own. Now I'm beating the market. See, that's teaching you how to buy low and kind of like dollar cost average. With that $100, that's a millionaire mindset, guys, because just doing that is setting you up to win in the future. Expecting the worst before you even hit the buy button. But you guys got to get over this number first. Okay, let's talk about the next number that people have issues with. Once they're able to get that $100 in the market, most people, it's real big. It's either $100 or it goes all the way up to $1,000. Most people who can put $100 in something can put $500. But then when you start getting into that 1,000 range, whoa, that's a car note. Whoa, Joel, that's a car note, sir. I ain't just gonna start my stock market career with $1,000. I just ain't gonna do that. That's fine. We want you to start off $100. Feel comfortable with it. Then add another $100 the next month. Then add $100 the next month. We've been putting $100 in our kids' account. They've always been invested in the market. But for some odd reason, because life happens, I wasn't doing it consistently like I should. So I decided, man, I'm tired of being inconsistent about my kids' future. Let's start putting $100 in their account shortly after COVID. Maybe COVID scared me and I was like, man, if something happens to me, I don't have anything I wouldn't say I don't have anything to give to my kids. I mean, sometimes I keep forgetting that we have trust funds set up. Like, I forget. They're going to be all right. But I want them to be able to understand the process. Get them into that millionaire mindset when they're young. All right. My mother kind of did the same thing with me. She was putting $100 bonds in account for me that didn't mature, but later on they would mature. Like you buy them for a low amount of money. Maybe she paid 10 or 15 bucks, but then 20 years later they were worth 100. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. So I got that idea from her investing in me every month. And she was like, you can't cash them out yet, but I'm going to give you these bonds. And then I would get the certificate and I would take that certificate and put it in a drawer until it was like a big old pile of certificates. But $1,000, a lot of us struggle with this. Now, I always tell people, look, I don't want anybody to start the Millionaire Challenge on the hair side where you're trying to make a whole bunch of money really, really fast. I don't want anyone to start off with anything more than this. In fact, it should be this amount or less. I set up my Millionaire Challenge account also, which is one of 50 accounts that we have. And I threw $1,020 in there, already set for the challenge. That doesn't mean that that's all I'm using and that's all I'm leaning in on to get to these millions. That's just one avenue. That's just one fun avenue for me. It's fun for me. When this becomes fun, it's easier to make money in the game. When it becomes stressful and I have to make this money, that's when I lose money. So if you're in a position where you have to make money, guys, and you have to treat it like a business, then maybe the $1,000 that you could possibly lose in a day, you shouldn't have that type of you shouldn't have that much exposure into the market. I get it. Some people are like, Joel, I got to make $100 a day with my 1,000. Well, options might not be your play. You need to be doing the futures market. You need to be trading the S&P 500 every single day, taking little pieces of the S&P. You need to be trading indexes and commodities and build up that account. You make $100 that day. You take $10. You start throwing it into that Millionaire Challenge pile. The Millionaire Challenge isn't about making money really fast, guys. It's making money three ways. It's making money the long way, which every single solitary one of us should be doing with real estate, health insurance, life insurance, stocks, and then any other business that you have. If you're into investing in art, or look, even investing in exotic cars, or even Birkin bags. Guys, Birkin bags have been appreciating at like 15 to 20% for like years. Rolexes have been appreciating at about 10 to 15% a year. Talk to millionaires. They will tell you. So whatever that thing is that you're investing in that's appreciating at a rate that you're comfortable with, that's one way to getting there, but that's the tortoise way, right? That's I'm gonna get there no matter what. I mean, if I kick the bucket, there go millions of dollars anyway. So that's already set up. You're a millionaire in that way already. And a lot of you guys didn't realize that. Like, hold up. You mean, if I kick the bucket, but then, you're like, I want to spend millions, Joel. And I'm like, fine. But let's make sure that your foundation is in place first, because when you feel comfortable that your family and everybody around you is going to be taken care of, it's easier to invest in yourself monthly. It's a process. But if my foundation ain't right, have you in real estate, if the foundation ain't right in that real estate, you ain't going to be able to sell that house. I don't care how beautiful it is. I don't care if it got gold doors and gold floors. You go in there and you see something wrong with the foundation, ain't nobody buying it. Because they know that's the whole cost of the house. If your foundation ain't right, it's going to be hard to get there. And it doesn't mean, guys, that I get it. A lot of us are flying by the seat of our pants, especially in this economy. I get it. I'm not saying that everything's supposed to be perfect. I'm just saying you need to have your foundation right. You need to have your 401k, retirement plans in place, health insurance, life insurance. To be honest, y'all should be focused on that first. But I can't tell you what to do. You're going to do what you want to do. And I get it. This is how you guys come into the market. You guys are all or nothing. You're either too conservative or you're too aggressive. And you don't even concentrate on what the elephant is looking at, which is in the middle. When you hear people like, well, Warren Buffett did it over years, but when you hear about these people that are making these millions in these stocks in like the last 10 or 15 years, they're not doing it in a retirement account. And a lot of the times they ain't doing it in the options market and all of these other exotic markets that you guys are hearing about also. All right. A lot of these Forex people that claim they're rich by trading the Forex market every day. No, they're making money off of classes and subscription services that you're paying. They're not trading the Forex market like you think they are. A bunch of traders aren't doing the same thing also. You can always tell a real, true, like, educator that's out there, like the Kramers because they're not going to beat you over the head. Like, why? If I got all of this wealth and I'm so successful, then why would I do that and then charge you $10,000 a class? Ain't none of the greats charging more than $500 or $1,000 for a class, because they don't have to, because they're making their money through investing and trading. They have their foundation in place. They're like, we good over here. They work off volume because they actually want people to make money in this game. And if they want people to make money in this game, they can't just talk to 15 people and take 100,000 from each of them. I can't be a guru because 15 people are taking what I'm taking. The world's not going to listen to 15 individuals. They might listen to 15,000. You're not going to be able to communicate with 15,000 people out there if you're overcharging for stuff. And I'm telling this for the people that are coming into this business trying to make money off of the classes and making because there's a lucrative amount of money that you can make because you can take advantage of folks. They have no idea where to go or who to do and YouTube. And I rant on that a lot because it's clear as day what they're doing. So 1,000, I don't, you're not going to pay more than this for any of the education that I ever give. I told myself, I don't care how much money I make. I'm never going to charge more than that. And that's literally for everything I know. But you got to take the time to go out there and educate yourself on those particular subjects. You could come here and learn for free. Or if you want to fast track it and do your thing, you can do that also. It's up to you. What's the next number that people struggle with? The next number is 10. 10,000 is a huge number because a lot of you guys are going to come in here. You're going to learn the options market. I'm going to teach you how to make really, really fast money. And when you get to this value, dang, you guys hit the goal again. Let me change my goal. Hold on. Let me change my goal again. Hold on. I wish my moderators could do this. All right, take this out. All right, I'm gonna do something quickly. Let's do confettis. All right. So 10,000 is the next number that most of us struggle with. Why? Cause man, $10,000, shoot. That's a you know, even if you make it, it's hard to leave that amount of funds in your account. That's a couple of planes. That's a nice little weekend vacation. I know you cats is like $10,000 is more than a weekend vacation, Joe. Where the heck you be going? All right. My tickets these days cost like $1,500. I don't know what y'all talking about. You take 3 or 4 of your family members, that's 10 grand. When you get this amount of funds in your account, people are going to smell it because it's just enough where if somebody needs help in something, they're going to ask you for it. It's hard, guys. It is hard for me to keep even $1,000 in my checking account. I told you guys, I keep $100 in my checking account. Period. $100. Thank you, y'all, for the confetti. I keep $100 in my checking account. You will never see $10,000 in my checking account. It needs to be invested in something. And when you get to that amount, there's always something you need. You know, all right, the car needs to go in for a tune-up, $1,500, $2,000 for that. If you like vehicles like myself, this is not a brag. I got like Pirelli tires on my vehicle. That's $2,500. Tuition may need to be paid for school. The house always, I don't care what house you own. I don't care how magnificent that house is. There's always $10,000 worth of work you can do on your house. Always, always. It's always something that you can use $10,000 for. 10,000 is hard to see in your account. It really is. It's a nice down payment if you're trying to buy a vehicle. Shoot, it's a nice down payment if you were, looking at, some type of investments, even real estate wise. Earnest money. This is a very hard number for a lot of us to get over, especially if you're making $50,000 a year and then all of a sudden you have $10,000. That's like 1/5 of what you make in a year. So as much as a lot of you guys think, oh, when I get to this moment, I'm going to know how to react. A lot of you guys are not, because because a lot of us are already paying for stuff, or like the money is already spent, which is why you have to have a lot of those other things in place. If you have your retirement account already set up, and I don't want to always say real estate, because real estate can really, real estate these days is actually very hard to obtain, especially depending on what city you're in. But every single solitary one of us can get health insurance, life insurance, and stock. And if you can buy real estate, then have that in place. That's the tortoise way of almost guaranteeing you millions in the future. That's a guarantee. Like, there's not too many guarantees. That's almost like the life insurance policies are guarantees that your family is going to be taken care of. Your health insurance is a guarantee that you don't have to spend the millions that you would have to pay out of pocket when you get sick. It's a guarantee that not only do you save millions, but if something happens to you, millions will be paid out. The middle ground is investing in yourself. My kids right now have more than what you see down here in their portfolios as college students. And all we did was put $100 in their account every month for 4 years. That's it. $50 every 2 weeks, $25 a week. $25 a week into your kids' accounts. They were custodial accounts at the time, and I let them pick their stocks. And they have more than what you see down here already, and they're not even 21 yet. Thank you for the confetti, Mrs. Penny. That is not a brag. That is what you supposed to be doing. Opt out of taking a $15,000 or $20,000 class. Put 15, 14, or 13,000 of that into your kids' accounts, and then work with whatever $2,000 you have on getting educated. There's so many free classes that are out there. You can go to Charles Schwab right now and learn options, futures, I think even Forex for free, better than any YouTuber you see that's out there. Stop getting duped. Stop it. So this is a hard number to get over. But if you can get over this number, and this is the minimum amount that I put into an investment. This is the minimum amount of money that I put into an investment. I had to work my way up to this number. Some people are like, that number ain't nothing, Joel. This is just an investment. That means I can own 50 stocks, but this is the minimum that I'm going to put. And that's just my number. One day it'll be $100,000. This is scary to say this, but maybe one day it'll be $1 million. I got to even get over myself. So what's the next number that people have a hard time with? What's another number? 50. I know you thought it would be 100, but for some odd reason, it's not. It's 50. 50 is really when people start coming to me with their 401ks. They're like, Joel, I've been investing. I have a 401k. My company is matching. They got about 3 or 4 years under their belt. They've been working for 3 or 4 years. Solid job. They got their 401k. They listened to their loved ones when they said max it out and let them match. And they roll in and they're like, yo, they can see that it's growing, and then one day it's going to be worth $100,000. And before they even get there, they're excited. Because when you first start putting money in the portfolio, guys, the first 2 or 3 years that you're at your job, you're never going to look at your portfolio because the numbers are small. It's like, okay, 700, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. So what? You're concentrating on work. You're not even thinking about that money building. Right after about that 5th year, they're like, where did this come from? Joel, I opened up my 401k and all of a sudden I didn't even know I had that much in it. And then they start thinking about they're getting into that millionaire mindset. It took them 3 or 4 years to get there, but they were forced to do it. Because how many of us would have done that if our company wasn't matching it or even offered us a 401k? A lot of us would opt, a lot of us wouldn't have, we wouldn't have set it up on our own because that's not what we do. When you opened up your own company, did you set up a SEP IRA or a retirement account for your business? No, because that's not what we do. Because we weren't brought up to have that millionaire mindset. We were brought up to save. And if that's another cost, even though that's a cost in yourself, if that's another cost, I ain't doing that. Right after about that 5-year mark, the phone started ringing. Joel, I need to do a consultation with you, buddy. They're hype on the phone. And I love those calls because they can see the light. They can see what that hard work, all that hard work. Because 5 years goes by like that. I told you my kids been in $100 a month. Their accounts are already, So they start seeing it grow. But I promise you, if you're trading the market and you're not set up with your retirement accounts and all this, that, and the other, and you make this type of funds, it's almost impossible for this to grow. Even if you're NVIDIA, you had it grew to this amount and you see this in your accounts. Trading options or making very, very fast money. It's almost 100% chance that this money is going to get blown. Because now you're in that buy a car range. You're in that I can really go on these vacations with my loved ones that we've been talking about for years. I can finally get some renovations done on the house. Like when you see these types of numbers, it's almost always going to get done or used unless it's sitting in a retirement account that you can't touch. But if it's not, it's getting spent. If you're not set up in any other way, even if you get to this point in the Millionaire Challenge, which a lot of you guys are like, Joe, that's all I'm trying to get to, brother. Like, give me the 50. I get it. Joel, I ain't never seen that type of money in my account. Shoot, you got me at 100. I was sold on 100. 50? 50? Yeah, when you get to this amount of money in your account that you have access to, you better have a spouse. Because you single people, that money getting spent. You better have a spouse. You better have mama or daddy or somebody, because that money is getting spent. It just is. You are about to get the car that you've been wanting for a very long time. Look, when I get to this number, I'll be like, oh, I'll be on Auto Trader. My wife already knows. She's like, oh my God, what kind of car are you about to buy now? But she don't get too angry because we have the other things are in place, right? She knows she married somebody that's ignorant. She know I'm ignorant. I'm not ignorant, but I can be ignorant. It's very hard when you get to this amount. Very hard. It's tempting. Very tempting. Very tempting. If you don't have the other things in place, guys, it's going to be impossible for you guys to get to a mill. This will get spent. You're going to have to start all over again. It may have taken you a whole year to get to this. And then the market might change. All right. So be careful when you get to these different numbers. And when you get to these numbers, I want you guys to think about what I was saying. Sometimes you have to, if you can get to this amount, guys, and you haven't invested in yourself, you need to reinvest about 90% of this and start over. I can teach you guys how to make very, very fast money. Reinvest this 50, put it somewhere so you will not spend it. The easiest way to do it is not to do it all at one time. Every time you make a little bit of something, you should be taking 10% of it or 90% of it and reinvesting it, especially if it's a trading account. You make $1,000 that week, put away 900 and then be ignorant with 100. And then try it all over again. Create that middle ground, because that middle ground is where you guys are suffering. You guys are suffering on holding the Nvidias and holding the Palantirs and holding the SoFis and holding the ONs and holding the Bitcoin and holding the Netflix and holding the Apple, the Microsoft, the Google, the Salesforce, the CrowdStrikes, the Broadcoms, the Berkshire Hathaways, the Eli Lillys. Y'all struggle on that. And that's where you're going to get the 1,000. Like, you're not going to get a 2,000% return in your 401k. You can get it in the options world. I get that. But how are you going to protect yourself? You have to be set up 3 ways or you're going to spend it. And you're like, just give me the money. Guys, that money is going to come and go and you're not going to have anything to show for it. But a lot of fun, maybe a couple of migraines. And look, I'm not trying to tell you not to spend it. I told y'all I'm ignorant. Like, I'm ignorant. But I'm set up so that I can be ignorant. All right, what's the next number? After 50,000, we jump to 100. This number, psychologically, thank you for the confetti, Tim Puri. This number is always a struggle because most of us, our whole lives, even the people even the doctors and the lawyers that are in here, the doctors, the lawyers, and the engineers, when we were young, growing up, even the high class lawyers that you knew that were in your family, like when they were like successful, it's when they were making 6 figures. Y'all remember when we would go out there and be like, y'all would be like, I want a 6-figure, joker. I want a 6-figure person. 6-figure this, 6-figure that. Some of you guys are stuck on 6 figures to this day. I've gone in a couple of lives and I heard people talking and they were like, I left my corporate job where I was making, $100,000 a year. And this women rolling their eyes like 100,000 ain't nothing. You left that? You should have left that job for what I want these days. $100,000 job ain't gonna be able to buy me this $600,000 or $700,000 house and take me on vacations, even for yourself. $100,000 is not a lot of money anymore, guys, and it's not because I'm trying to tell you that you're not worth what you can be worth. It's just the economy we live in. The average house costs $500,000. The average house went up 50% during COVID. Guys, I went to go look at F-150s. They cost $115,000. If you want the top of the line joint, don't even look at the Raptor. Y'all remember when the people that drove the pickup trucks were like the hard working blue class workers that did the work around, your house and stuff? A F-150 or a pickup truck, we used to look down on. Not down on in a sense of, but I'm talking about like success wise. Like the blue collar worker has always been the foundation of America. But when you're thinking about The president of the United States, you're not thinking of them riding around in a pickup truck unless it's on their farm with their dog and a rifle. Now, now the pickup truck is the sign of luxury. Like if you can't afford a pickup truck these days. You can't afford a pickup truck these days. And I love, guys, I've owned 3 pickup trucks. I owned a Ridgeline. I love that Ridgeline. That Ridgeline is what I used to go back and forth to Indiana in. That's what I did all of my real estate stuff. $100,000 is a cap that a lot of us have mentally because when we were growing up, $100,000 was the sign of success. So when you get to that number, it's very hard to keep reinvesting it because you're like, it's a lot of money. It's a salary. It's supposed to take care of my family. It's the first mark that we would always rush to. If I make that, that's the first mark. That's the first mark of a little bit of success. We all strive to that 100,000 mark. Shoot, it used to be you can buy a house for 100 grand. You can't even buy the foundation for that house for 100 grand in Georgia. So you guys got to start thinking past these numbers that are capping us, these numbers that are psychologically holding us down. You got to start looking past it. You got to look past the 1,000, 100,000 to the millions. You got to. Oh, shoot. Your pickup truck? Your pickup truck cost $40,000 9 years ago. You see it's still worth 30 because the price of everything done gone through the roof. Look, 9 years ago to buy a truck for $40,000, boy, you was balling. Out of control. Empress of Sound. What you got? You got a Denali? So 100,000 is the psychological mark that a lot of us have. And I promise you, oh my God, if you don't have anything else in place, it's no way you are going to reinvest those. If you make this kind of money in the options market, if you mess around and get about 6 or 7 trades in a row and you hit this number, I might not see y'all for about the next 5 or 6 years. You're going to spend it. You're going to spend it. Or you're going to take that and put it into a CD. You ain't even going to reinvest it into the market. I've seen you guys do it. You get hold of this type of funds and you're like Scrooge. It is a very hard number to psychologically get over, especially investing it. If this 100 even goes to 98, you feel like you failed. And see, in the stock market, this 100,000 can be worth $98,000 in a couple of hours. Even if it's invested in the S&P or the NASDAQ. That's why it's very hard for an individual, if they haven't been working up to this, if they haven't been working it in their long term and their middle term, that when you see this type of money in your short term account, it's no way you're gonna, I'm not gonna say it's impossible for you to get to $1 million, but it's gonna be very, very hard to just have this and have nothing else in place. This is a great way to reinvest into yourself so that you can have that foundation, which there's nothing wrong with that. Then you can start over again. But this is the kind of funds that you need to create that foundation. And then I promise when you go back and you redo it again, I don't want to promise, it's going to be a lot easier because you already did it the first time. You psychologically got there. The next number, because I want to get to you guys' stocks, 500. It always jumps. I know a lot of you guys think it's 250. It's 500. Once people get comfortable with this 100, they're like, oh, shoot, I'm going for the gusto. People really start to believe I can get. Once you hit that 100, you actually believe you can get to $1 million. But I'm going to tell you guys something. 500, if you ever done Deal or No Deal, a lot of you guys walking away with this 500. Even though it's half a mil. It's half of it. You like, I'll take this and then I'll take 20 more years for it to get to a mil, Joel. A lot of us are still going to be comfortable with this. Joel, that'll pay for my house. And then that house can earn 10 or 15% a year and get to a million, and I'm good on that. When we got to this point, man, oh man, when the account saw this, it probably sat here for like 4 years. Now, everything around us was growing, so our wealth was growing because I'm just talking about individual accounts. 401ks growing, IRAs growing, real estate growing. So you're still growing, but this number ain't growing because you're like Scrooge. Especially if it hit this number, because you'll be like, I'm a half a millionaire. You actually are basically like, I'm a million. When you get to this number, you actually are like, I'm a millionaire. Even though it's half. I'm halfway there. I'll get there. I'm a millionaire. And you want to stay here. Because even if it gets a 4 in front of it, you're not going to feel like a millionaire. I'm telling you guys psychologically when I talk to people, what they're going through. Even if there's a 498, they're not going to feel like it. That 5 number, that 5 being in front of it is something big about that. It's something psychological about that half mil. Because the average price of a house is $500,000. Most of us, this is our dream home. Most of us, this is like it. This is the foundation that we need right now that's going to take us to wherever else, wherever we're going. Very hard to push this number. For you guys that can psychologically deal with this amount of money just in a checking account, or not even a checking account that you have access to, that if you liquidated everything that's at your fingertips, this is a small business. I can start a small real estate home flipping business with this and never even have to go to the bank. Very hard to get past this number. Because then if your foundation's not in place, you're going to start developing the foundation you need. I'm trying to show you guys psychologically what you have to go through. This might be the hardest number out there. I know we were there. But if you guys blow past this, if you guys get past this, a lot of us will shoot straight to 1 mil. 750 don't scare you. 850 don't scare you because now your goal is a mil. Once you get past that 5 and into them 6s, you start pushing hard. But psychologically, a lot of us are stuck on this number. Because once you get here, once your financial planner comes and says, you guys are worth, well over $1 million. Most of us will take a sigh of relief. Man, I finally got there. But I don't feel like a millionaire. I don't feel it. I thought the sky was going to turn blue and my food was going to taste better, and nope. You actually are going to feel worse. Cuz you're going to be like, "Man, I did all this work and all this foundation in place and all this stuff to get to this point, and this is how I feel." Most people, when they hit this number, they're not going to go to the club and celebrate. They're not going to run around and tell all their friends they hit this number. They keep it to themselves. In fact, they become more secluded. They don't even want to tell their friends because they may look at them some type of way, or they might ask for some funds. This is real. I'm telling you guys, real talk. It does start making you question when people hit this number. They be like, I am leaving corporate, but they can't because they're like, God dang it, I'm worth this amount of money, but I can't leave corporate. Cause even if I'm making more than 50,000 a year, I can't live off of this for 20 years. So after about a year of doing consultations with me and figuring out how they can expand even more, that million becomes something of the past. They become more comfortable talking about what they have. It's hard for me to even come on here and be like, yeah, we're millionaires. Now they're going to look at me differently. I'm going to start losing followers. Oh my God. Anytime I talk about anything, it's going to be because I'm bragging. And then you're just like, man, I don't care what they think. I really don't. I do, but I don't. Because while you judging me over that amount of money, most people, once they hit this, they now thinking this. Immediately. Not even like short term, immediately. When I talk to my people that hit these numbers. I hit 10,000 FOLLOWERSs today. I celebrated for 5 minutes and then I was like, man, I'm trying to get about 50 or 100. This is a scary number to me. 1,000 is a scary number for a lot of you guys. $10,000 is a scary number for a lot of you guys. 10,000 is no longer scary for my kids. Because they have that. They're thinking, they're going through the process. 10,000 is no longer something that they feel like they can't attain. They're probably thinking, 100. I don't know. I need to talk to them. They might be thinking mil loss. They might be thinking 10 mil, knowing them. I don't know where they minds at. We have been getting beat down for so long. Psychologically, we're trying to break through these numbers. These kids, they not afraid of this stuff. They're not afraid to go out there and buy Bitcoin and thinking that it can go to a mil. Y'all are. That's why most adults that I came in contact with never owned any type of crypto because they didn't believe that it can actually go as high as it actually did. But the youngsters did. You know why? Because they didn't have limitations. They weren't thinking like we did. We were beaten down our whole lives that 100,000 was a lot. That you probably won't even meet that many millionaires in your lifetime. And now everybody's a dang millionaire. Now that millionaire is a billionaire. We're probably going to see the first trillionaire. I didn't think I was ever going to see a trillionaire. That don't even sound real. It's psychological. I want y'all to look at this number because that number is so obscene, and it's not even that obscene. I know people with these types of funds. We might be worth that, and I'm just talking. Okay. So you guys got to do the work. You guys got to make the time. I know we didn't really look at anything today. Today is about getting your mind right. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. The new number is a mil, like 100,000 guys. I know it seems like it's such a far place to get to. It's not the way the market moves these days. Not the way the options market move. I see 100% moves every day in the market. You got to get over it. That's why I gotta take you guys through this process. But it's easier when you have everything else in place. When you don't have the other things in place, it becomes hard. When you have to trade to make money when you're up every day and you have to do it like a lot of you A and B leaguers on TikTok that's got to stay up for 23 hours so that you can meet your quota. That's when it becomes hard. It shouldn't be that hard. And I'm making fun of you guys, but if if you do what you love doing, if you guys don't love going live 5 or 6 times, don't go live 5 or 6 times. I go live once a day, period, for 2 hours. And the rest of my day, I'm supporting people. The rest of the day, I support, and I only go live for 2 hours, and I spend 8 hours supporting. A lot of you live hosts need to switch it up. Do less lives and more support. Less lives, more support. In this market, guys, it's not, you have to position yourselves in a way that you can become lucky. Joel, you are so lucky because I put myself in position to be lucky. You're not lucky if you get a 3,000% return in Nvidia. That's not luck. That's discipline. That discipline came from when I was young and I swam. And it's the discipline that I used this year to win the Atlanta Tour Championship in golf. That's why I feel like I have I have the ability to help you guys, because I make it look easy. Even though it is easy, but there are some fundamental things you guys got to put in place first so that it can be easy. And you guys got to do it through I know you don't want to. You have to be able to see the market in 3 ways. You got to be able to communicate with any and everybody that comes in here that's talking about the market so that you immediately know what they're talking about. I see Structure Therapeutics on my screen right now. It's up 2.6%. It says a new entrant into the GLP-1 wars. How does Joel's brain decipher that? That just told me GLP-1 needs to be on my list of companies to look at, especially if I'm trading. It's a catalyst. They're using GLP-1 as the catalyst to make any company that's involved in it to go up. But I'm not going to just go out there and buy any old company. I'm going to look at the charts and see where the money is flowing into. I'm going to look at the market cap and see how big those companies are and see if they have room to grow. Then I have to decide, is this a trade? Is this something that I'm putting money into that I want to hold for 5 or 10 years? I'm sorry, maybe 2 or 3 years? Or is this an investment? Is this something where if it goes down 40 or 50%, I'm good? Or is it something that I want to trade options on tomorrow? I see GLP-1 Structure Therapeutics. My brain is, I can trade better than all these cats. I bet you I can come into the market on Friday, trade Structure Therapeutics, and make 1,000% return and never look at Structure Therapeutics again. It's how my brain works. I just saw it in 3 different ways. And I went, nah, maybe. On to the next stock. Now I see gold on my screen. Gold's at all-time highs. Do I want to buy gold? Gold is a commodity. Why is gold at its all-time highs? Probably because there's a lot of inflation happening and people don't trust the market. Do I want to buy gold at all-time highs? No, unless I'm trading or investing it. If I'm intraday trading, all-time highs don't mean anything. You can buy, if I'm getting in and out of something the same day, I don't care what it did the day before. If they talking about it on TV and everybody buying it tomorrow, I'm going to buy it tomorrow too. And then that'll be one of my 100% returns that I make in the options market to go with my other 9 that is going to take my $1,000 to $1,000,000. But if you guys can't decipher and break down the market just like that, just that fast, I can't help you. Because that's what the market is all about. It's telling you what to do. It's just that a lot of you guys don't know how to go about doing it, because if you come into the market thinking of it in one way, or you're scared, of course you're going to be scared if you don't know how you're going to handle that. Am I going to buy this as a trade? Am I going to buy this as a swing trade? Or am I going to buy this as an investment? 3 different strategies, 3 different accounts, 3 different brains. Market guys, the market probably is going to sell off next year, which sucks. It really sucks because a lot of you guys are going to be buying stocks for the first time. And you might go a year where it might not do anything. I'm telling you guys this straight up just because of statistics. So some of you guys are already thinking, well, dang, I just wasted my time. Why did I come in here? Because if you know how to swing trade, if you know how to intraday trade, and you know how to invest, it don't matter what the market is doing. It don't. You think I'm going to stop trading or investing in the market because it goes down, or if it goes sideways, or if it goes up? Nah, I'm going to make money regardless. So by understanding all 3 different ways of approaching the market, it's going to make it easier for you guys to hit your goals. 2022 became a very good investing year for me. It was a terrible year for the stock market. Lost a lot of support during that year. Consultations went completely down. But in reality, my consultations should have started to go up. My consultation should have started to go up during that year. But they didn't. They went down because that's how humans are. If the market is down, morale is down, people don't feel like they can do anything in the market because they only know one way to go after it. Great. If you had invested in anything in 2022, you could almost retire if you were in the options market. Thank you guys for the confetti before I get on out of here. All right. This is probably the only day that we never look at charts. All right. But you know what? I'm not going to do that. We're going to look at this chart real quick. This is the S&P 500. I can't go out like that, like Willie Lump Lump. Let's look at this chart before we get out of here. This is the S&P 500. In the comment section, guys, what do you see? Do you see this yellow line angled up or down? Do you guys see this yellow line angled up or down? It's angled up, guys. This is what we call a week chart. When you guys start looking at these particular charts, you're going to learn about the technicals. This is the S&P 500. It's the 500 largest companies on the planet. Does the market look like it's even a little bit scared right now? No. It don't look like it want to go up or down. It just looks like it's just there. The market is waiting for a catalyst. The market is waiting for information. The market is like a human. The 500 largest companies, guys, are making a killing, and we just had Christmas. Why would the market just completely sell off when I was just at the Apple store at Lenox, and that mug, it took me 15 minutes just to get somebody to help me buy some iPods. I had to wait in line to grab some iPods. People are spending money. These companies are making money. The market is doing actually okay. It's looking for a cat. It's like Trump. If the market's going to come down, can you tweet something negative so the market can finally drop? Nope. That cat ain't said nothing since since the e-files came out. Joker been quiet. But these are the 500 largest companies. They're doing extremely well. You see that yellow line? It wasn't luck, guys, that people started buying at that yellow line. If you don't learn this yellow line, you're not going to learn how to buy the lows. All right. So we're going to leave it at that, just knowing that we ended the year up, all the way up. We started from the bottom in April, and now we're here. What are we going to do from here? We're entering a new year. We're getting educated. We're going to take away the fear of the market by only investing what you can. You know, if $10 is what you need to invest to keep the fear level down, then do it. But you got to get involved in the market. It's not an option anymore. It's essential. It's essential to your wealth. Okay? All right, I'm going to get on out of here. I got a New Year's Eve dinner to go to.
Playing from Joel's iPad.
Hopefully, anyone that came in today, this is what you guys needed to hear. Everybody's not going to be able to make these millions. The world is not set up that way. 10% of the world owns 90% of it. Everybody's not going to get this knowledge, and it sucks.